Good afternoon, and welcome to another afternoon live on safari from the Pridelands Eco Training property here outside Hoedspruit in the heart of Greater Kruger Wilderness. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the slightly chilly naturalist here in the driver's seat. Man behind the lens, as ever, the legendary BK Uhuru. We kicked off our afternoon with an entire breeding herd of elephants on the dam wall here. And they hung around till literally 5 seconds before we opened the show, after which they all ducked behind the wall and disappeared. That is all good. Yeah, still a couple of them there. Superb. But anyway, before we get too carried away with sightings, we'd love to remind you that we like to keep this show as interactive as possible. The human factor is very, very important to us. So please keep those questions coming throughout the show. Myself and all of the other naturalists love to hear from you. So if you have yet to do it, please head to our website, register there, and download our app, which you can use to watch the show on your smartphone or a tablet, something like that. So it's with you on the go. You can, of course, also head to Twitter and ask questions under the hashtag WildEarth. So yeah, we are standing by, looking forward to hearing from you. Thanks, Julian. Yes, definitely we can guarantee it's going to be a wild Wednesday, one way or another. Happy to have you on board. As you can see, slightly grey and gloomy here in Pridelands. I think we're probably going to be expecting similar conditions from Djuma this afternoon. I don't know about Madikwe or Amakala. We'll have to see. But yeah, it is survivable. The wind seems to be slowing down a bit. And other than a few drops of drizzle about half an hour ago, it looks like the rain will hopefully be holding off. We can do windy, we just can't do wet. But yeah, always life around the dam. I think BK's got an Egyptian goose there. Picasso, truer words were never spoken. Yeah, fingers crossed. You never know. Stranger things have certainly happened. It would be nice if this cloud broke open and the sun peered out. Oh, nice water landing there by that Egyptian goose. Again, there is always life around the waterhole in Africa. So speaking of windy and wet conditions, I think it's time now to check in with the weather to see what is in store for all of our different locations this afternoon.
Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to the Sunset Safari, where we are coming to you from a lovely, dry and sunny Amakala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape province. And we've got these ostriches that are now dust bathing because it's warmed up so nicely. My name is Ralph Kirsten. On the camera I've got Morgan. Yes indeed, he is my trusty wingman. And back to our stars here. Now, it's been so wet over the last few days that I'm sure that these ostriches have been miserable. So you can see them now enjoying the heat, enjoying the sun, and it's probably a lot more comfortable for them as it is for us. It does actually, in fact, look like two males, but you'll see there they'll probably start just grabbing at the soil and bring it in towards their feathers, their wings, and then throw it up over them. I had to stop a little bit away because I could see they were getting a little bit nervous of us getting closer to them. Now, as always, please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience, so we'd love for you to jump on board with us on the largest and greatest game drive in the world and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. Lovely to sit and watch these guys, as they're probably going to do a lot of feather maintenance for the next day or two. We saw earlier on in the morning they were doing that too. Laura Cam, I'm also excited that you could make the drive as well. And well, we had the cold front that passed us, and it's now pretty much hitting the areas of Djuma and rolling across into the northwest province as well. So they're having the gloomy weather that we had. They say it's cold there. I don't think it's as cold as we had it, because it was absolutely freezing. But it's warmed up now, and so the animals are going to be a lot more active. Our plan for the day, I need an elephant and a lion fix. So we're going to head down into the basin, which was extremely misty this morning. So it was wet down there. We didn't go down there. We actually stayed on the western side because of that. So I think it's time for us to head down. I'm going to try and see if we can catch up with the female lions, with the cubs. And who knows, maybe we'll see the big male as well. We'll also try and catch up with the breeding herd of elephants, who were also down in the basin this morning too. But lovely to start with a pair of ostriches. Eyes as big as a billiard ball, and about 3 times as big as its brain. Or somebody that's got a brain that is not bigger than his eye is Cedric.
Hey, thanks Ralph for sending up your cold weather that you had down there in the Eastern Cape to Djuma, and it is quite fresh still this morning, but it's still not too bad. As long as there's no rain, I'm happy around this side, as we are sitting here at Baobab Dam here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon everybody, my name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me on Rusty we've got OD. Yes, I'm just sitting here. Why? Because that male lion that we had this morning walked all the way down the road towards this area, so I thought maybe we're going to be lucky finding the S8 male lion lying around here somewhere, but looks like his tracks disappeared maybe about 100 meters further up north. Alright, I've got a guy that's busy flashing me behind me. He goes, sorry, I just want to see. He's very excited. This guy's like racing towards me with his white bucky. So I don't know what's happening here. I do apologize. I will quickly have a chat here because it might be information that I need. Sorry, I do apologize for moving. Alright. I'm just going to quickly have a chat with this guy. He's flashing away here. Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, good. Yes. Is it where towards Buffelshoek
yeah.
sign?
Yeah, just the Borebu there.
Oh, this side.
Yeah.
That side or this side?
That side.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That side.
I will do it. Take it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, eh? Thank you. All right, so
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
We're doing our very best to be as thorough as possible here. Checking this entire area sort of block by block, keeping an eye out for tracks. Yeah, with this weather so cool, it is fairly optimal for midday predator movements. So we may well be in luck somewhere.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Djuma team. We are Team Wendy, and we've stopped to admire the impala because we're actually looking for leopard. Start at the source. I'm sure Cedric has told you all about the weather this afternoon, but it's a little bit daunting. Oh, Cedric said he doesn't mind it. I kind of mind it. Lack of light. Lack of sunlight, lack of brightness, and I am just terrified that it's going to rain. I really don't want to become a human icicle. But good afternoon, my name is Lauren. Kat is with me on camera, and you can see all the dark skies up there. I mean, that cloud particularly is very dark. But hopefully it's just a gloomy day and nothing comes of it. But lack of ambient light is always a tricky thing for me. So I'm on a road that I have an interesting relationship with. It used to be called Mendoza, and for some odd reason they changed it. So it's now Monkey Orange, but in my head it'll always be Mendoza. And this is the road that Hukamuri, our old male leopard, and Shudulu love. So I thought, let's just take a really slow bumble. Look at all the termite mounds. Look at the impala. They're huddled together. But I think that's because of the wind. I don't think they're scared. Bobby, thank you. You're saying happy Wednesday and you're wishing me cat and hyena luck. How did you know? How did you know those were the things I wanted to see? You nailed it. I'd really love to find a leopard. And of course I'm going to check on the hyena den, without a doubt. But I want to check this property first. I did get an update from one of the guys from Arathusa this morning saying they haven't seen Shudulu, or Shudulu hasn't been seen in the west for 4 days. So they inquired, has she possibly crossed onto Djuma? Now, we don't have the answers, but we can at least try. We can at least check. I would love to see Shudulu before I go. I really would. But of course, it's normal for leopards to disappear. We don't find them every single day. They find a little hidey spot with a kill to hunker down, then you're not going to find them. But I will just scratch around the west and then slowly bumble towards the hyena den. We didn't get a look at the cub this morning, but we did get to see Gingarika and a very naughty Junebug. So hopefully Junebug is not so naughty this afternoon and the Gingarika actually got some rest. You never know who else might be at the den. Okay, impala. They're showing signs they're cold, but they're not showing signs that they're alert. They're probably only alert because I'm on this road. I always call this the road of nothing. James also calls it the road of nothing. Jack Darling, the UK identifies with the skies of Djuma. I quite believe it. I know those skies very well. Normally in the UK it means rain. I'm hoping here it doesn't. Not with these temperatures. Cedric's wearing shorts, which is just crazy. I've got long socks pulled up to my knees and then long pants and 2 of my 3 layers on. So Cedric is just nuts. But anyway, I'm going to keep scratching around the road of nothing, and we're going to send you guys back over to Ralph.
Yeah, we're also starting to delayer, but for now we're stuck in a roadblock, African style, with these ostriches sitting in the road, and I don't want to disturb them with their very important dust bathing and feather maintenance. So we're just enjoying sitting and watching them. They keep on collecting a little bit of grass and debris and bringing it in next to them, and together with the sand. And it's just quite intriguing. See, they put their heads down and every now and then grab some things, pull it in close, and then sort of flick their wings. They do look a lot happier than in the past few days. It almost looks like one ostrich now. So ulna, ostriches, they don't quite have the same preen gland as most of the other birds. This is one of the evolutionary changes that they have. So they're typically more an arid species. And using dust is just a way of, getting rid of any little oil that they do have. But their wings aren't, or their feathers aren't waterproof like a lot of the other birds. And so when it does rain, they get sodden and they look miserable when they're wet. So you can understand the feeling of rejoicing now that everything's dried out after 4 or 5 days of being very cold and wet. And that's why they're now, obviously with the soil being dry as well, trying to get that into the wings and helping also just to dry it out. But these two are in a perfect line. It's like one body and 2 heads. Look at that. Now it's just one. Very special though. I always enjoy watching ostriches. And the only bird with 2 toes. So Mariam, ostriches are a lot heavier than Kori bustards, remembering that they don't have hollow bones like the Kori bustard would have. So the Kori bustard, I think they weigh in, the heaviest I think is about 18 to 20 kilos, whereas ostriches could be even up to about 80 kilos. So they're a lot heavier. They're flightless and the largest bird in the world. So the Kori bustard being the heaviest flying bird in Africa, I'm not sure exactly which bird is the heaviest flying bird in the world, but I do know that the Kori bustard is in Africa. I do sort of limit a lot of my knowledge to African species, but if you know, please let me know which is the heaviest flying bird in the world. I'll have to look into that. It would be interesting if ostriches were able to get the ability to fly. I think it would be quite scary. They do actually evolve from much smaller birds in their evolutionary past. But now 2-toed and completely terrestrial. They live on the ground, they don't go up in trees. They've only got 2 toes and they're made for running over long distances and surviving in very arid areas. So this is probably the wettest areas that you will find ostriches living in, but it's not ideal for them. And that's why you can understand when it starts to heat up and dry out, they're a lot more comfortable. Right, so I don't know what I'm going to have to do here, I don't want to disturb them in their dust bathing, so I might actually have to turn around and find another route. But I think while I find another route, I think your route is off to Cedric.
Nice, Ralph. That's interesting information on ostriches. But yes, we are pretty much here now with this male line. Of course, there was a gentleman, a very kind gentleman that was in a bakkie, like a pickup truck, that told us that this male is lying not too far behind us. We were situated at close to Baobab Dam. So it is the same male line as this morning, the S8 male, and he is very much passed out underneath this guarri bush. But the distance he moved from this morning to where we are now is about 1 kilometer, one click. And I'm sure he was making his way down to the dam, and then he decided to flop over and have a snooze. So he didn't move too much today. But he's just now, he's on the Buffels hook side, so he's just off the boundary of our cut line from Djuma, and he's just on the northern side. But yes, he's a little bit of movement now and again, but he hasn't really picked up his head since we got here. So he's just been lying quite flat. Typical with lions. Look, luckily today was a little bit cool, so I think that's exactly why he moved a little bit closer to the side. He didn't really move too far, but he did move during the day. But usually lions tend to sleep on very hot days and all that. They'll tend to sleep throughout the day, try and conserve the energy for moving around at night time, and as well as hunting and patrolling and doing all the activity when it's dark. But during the daytime, rather just lie down and just save that energy. Sorry, Jared, go with that comment again, please. Ethan, yes, what a wonderful way to start our sunset safari on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Yes, it is quite cool, but it's still beautiful. Having all the S8 male fast asleep. So I'm not going to spend too much time here. He is going to be snoozing, so I might still just move around the area and try and see what else we can find. I know this morning while we were sitting with this male lion, there was impalas alarm calling further south of the firebreak onto Djuma, and I think that's exactly what I want to do very shortly, to head into that direction, go and scratch around that area. Maybe there might be something else that's lurking somewhere in the thickets, because with this male line we're not going to get too much action. We might come back a little bit later to see if anything else has changed. But as well, I heard that this male was on a kill, a buffalo kill, not too long ago, I think a day or two ago, with a pride that he really dominates. It's a pride called the Talamati Breakaways. It's 1 female and 5 youngsters. And apparently he was on a kill with them, like I think somewhere in Buffelshoek or in the Maneleti. I'm not too sure of the exact location. But clearly he split off from them. He came south. Maybe he picked up on other lions calling further down this side. Maybe he came during the night, came south here just to kind of patrol the territory, just patrol the area, just making sure that there is no intruders, other male lions coming into his territory. So that is a huge possibility.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Hello, hello, and welcome everyone to Madikwe Game Reserve. It is beautifully warm. I'm hearing lots of wonderful things from all our locations about everyone's comfortability. I know that Lauren is a little scared that it's going to rain. Hopefully it won't rain on their parade, but here, there's warmth. And it is me, Trishal. I've got Lloyd on camera, and we're in a little bit of a mission this afternoon. So this morning, we heard, at least, and we saw a drag mark with potentially some leopard tracks around it. So we're having a bit of a scratch around this area. Maybe we see a leopard, maybe we don't, I don't know. There's just so much to think about. Oh, whew. Lloyd, there's a beautiful little petilia right here. I don't want to point at it or give it attention because, you know, as soon as we do that, it will be gone. Hello, you. Isn't that a stunner? A lovely green-winged petilia. Oh, I love these birds. They're so beautiful. So many colors. I love the stripes on the belly as well. And this one's being very good to us. Very, very good to us. Oh, there we go. Right in the middle. So as I was saying before I got distracted by this beautiful green-winged petilia, there is a waterhole not very far from here. So we're going to scope it out. Tara, hi Tara, you say you won't say no to a Madikwe leopard? Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. We too, we wouldn't say no to a Madikwe leopard. So we're kind of strategizing at the moment. Now, in Madikwe, there are not very many tall trees for leopards to be hoisting their kill in. So that makes it a little easier for us, because we also know that there's plenty of hyenas around. There's spotted hyenas, and they spend a lot of time near the camp. The brown hyenas are not very close to this area, but I mean, they could come along as well. So there are many scavengers, potential scavengers around. Apart from that, there's lions as well. So I would assume that this leopard is going to try and hoist its kill, or at least would have tried to hoist its kill this morning. And considering how few tall trees there are, I think it makes our lives a little better. But the thing is that these blocks are quite large, so we're just going to have to do a couple loops and see, and if not, we stop off at the Twasa Dam close by and just wait for a little bit. So that's the plan. But for now, let me send you back over to Ralph.
So we've managed to find ourselves another one of the more arid adapted species, and that being the Oryx gazella, aka gemsbok. And this seems to be a bachelor herd. Seems to all be bulls, and it is my favorite antelope by far. I think them and the eland are very special in my mind. But they're just so elegant, and they will really be enjoying the sun now, because they really don't do well, especially in extended periods of cold and wet, because they're so well adapted to water scarce environments and hot conditions that when you have those extended periods of cold and wet, you can actually have mortalities. And that's why you don't find oryx or gemsbok doing too well in these particular parts. But a nice group of males here, and enjoying the sun, just like those ostrich were. There doesn't seem to be too much grazing going on. I think their primary objective is just to heat up and get their core body temperature nice and high. And we know that the adaptations that the oryx have in those very hot conditions is they allow the surface temperature of their body to get very high, and it keeps the core temperature cooler. So Cecilia, you really enjoy the coat of these oryx just like I do. For me, they always remind me of thoroughbred racehorses with a blanket over the top and their jodhpurs or socks on, and they've got very particular facial markings with very clear-cut white and black stripes. I just find them fascinating in the sense that they can survive in areas where there's absolutely no water, and they never actually need to drink water in their lives. But when you see them on the likes of the Live at the Waterhole show at Okukuyu, drinking a lot of water and going into the water there, it's actually the two species that are able to survive with the least amount of water that seem to enjoy the water the most are the springbok and the oryx, going into the water and swimming around, whereas a lot of the other animals sort of just stay on the edge of the water and drink. So where water is available, they will drink, and they'll drink a lot, but then you do find that their dung is a lot wetter and sloppier as well. And obviously in those circumstances where water is available, they will drink, but then you'll find that they'll pass a lot of that too. Seems to be a little bit of grazing starting now. There's not too many flies around, so not too much swishing of their tails. So George, there's not too much of a mating ritual that the oryx perform. It's quite similar to a lot of the other antelope. We've got a bachelor herd here, which are quite comfortable with each other. But generally, around the periods or the breeding season, they will start fighting with each other and establish dominance. And then it's more just for mating rights. And the biggest, strongest males will then take on groups of females. And they are also territorial, so they drop their dung and urinate in middens. And it will be the bigger, stronger males that get the best territories with the best areas for grazing and potentially water as well. in the likes of the Namib Desert, in the south, in the dunes, in the areas of Sossusvlei and so on. There's not really areas where they can even drink. But there are sort of ephemeral river lines where there is decent grazing, mainly just for oryx. For other animals, they wouldn't even be able to survive there. But then you'll find a particular dominant male will have the territory which holds good area of grazing, and then the females will move into those zones, and the strongest male will take then mating rights of those females. But then, you know, just like with the impala, you'll have this sort of revolving door of dominant males coming through, because there will be another one that starts to come in as they do with impala. So a lot of concentration on keeping the females within that territory, and they do then lose condition, and the next male then can also fight his way in. It's not quite as a turnstile as it is with impala, but it does happen on a smaller scale. Very territorial though are the oryx. Not right now in this group. Anyway, I think we've taken a route that we're now going to head down towards the basin, and while we do that, I think you head off to Lauren.
We've just had the whole herd walk by the car. It's been lovely. But sadly, they're all moving off now. It's been a while since that's happened to me. Okay. We sat by Treehouse Dam hoping they were going to come down for a drink, but they're not. They're on a mission. They don't need to come to... Oh, there's dwarf mongoose. We'll come back for you guys. There are some elephants to try and catch up with. To be honest, I actually don't think we're going to get the elephants. I think we missed it, but there are some cuties just popping out of the hole here, Gert. Can you see them? Hello, you guys. Traumatized. Elephants and in a vehicle. It's pretty early to be in your den. I wonder if they're just also done with the weather. I'd much rather be inside a termite mound than be outside right now. Darkness will come earlier too. Oh, hello, hello, more of you. How many are you? You know, I don't think I saw one dwarf mongoose in Madikwe. You can find them, but it's very rare.
I saw them.
You saw them?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We saw so many bandied mongoose, but not dwarf. Jerome, luckily they have a number of homes. I'm sure they're used to elephants, but yes, I mean that size difference is quite substantial. Tiny little dwarf mongoose. Massive elephant. That's probably why they did all duck inside. And it's cold. And it's windy. The wind messes with everyone's senses out here. But that doesn't look like the most inviting of termite mounds, does it, Jerome? I've definitely seen them living in much more comfortable looking termite mounds than that one. But they have a network. You won't find them at the same termite mound every day. You might, if it's summer and there's a plethora of insects in that area. But when that sun starts to go down, they just jump to the nearest mound in their network. So it might be the same one repetitively, but most likely not. They'll sort of cycle through their network of mounds. The elephants have gone. I wish we saw banded mongoose more here. We used to have a sort of gang of them that used to run around, but they're difficult to put on camera. Arnold, probably pretty deep. They're obviously built by the termites, and the termites start off the whole mission of a termite mound with their nest. That's the most important part, where they live. And it will be quite deep underground. They can continually make it deeper as well. And then building on top, building and building and building and building, until you have this mammoth structure that's been built by the tiniest of insects. And then, of course, once these areas get utilized by other animals, aardvarks, porcupines, they can dig and dig and dig. They can make it much deeper. But this one, I'm going to guess that it's pretty shallow. It doesn't look like the most established mound.
Chatting around a fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
It's only 3:15. I don't think it's bedtime yet. I don't think they're done with their day of hunting, but you never know. And there are just some very special people that I want to thank right now. People who have donated to WildEarth to help our mission to connect all of you guys to nature. And I just want to know that each and every one of you is appreciated. So a big thank you to Melanie Greenwood, David Berman, Kristen Yu, Becky Cobb, Della Jane James, Schmidt Stephanie, and Benjamin Nuding. I hope I pronounced all of your names correctly, but thank you so much. We are aware of you all, and it's definitely appreciated. At least we found one predator today. Maybe not the one we were hoping for, but it's a good start.
We found an elephant on our journey to look for a leopard. I mean, as you well know, this is not the best time of day to look for a leopard because they're probably flat on the ground, relaxing, chilling, not doing too much, not too much activity happening when there's so much sun. So that makes our job a little bit difficult. But that's okay because we get to stop for all the other marvelous creatures along the way. Even if they don't want to be seen and decide to move off as soon as they hear that Jarrett, our director, would like to come to us. That's how they are. Now we are on the eastern fence line, moving towards that dam that I told you about. So we did a little loop in the area where we were hoping to pick up some more clues and something, anything really, the leopard would have left behind. But the soil is so fine, and of course there's wind, so that makes it a little bit more difficult because tracks quite quickly get kind of, imagine like scribbled over. All the edges that were once crisp and easy to identify now become these blobs, unidentifiable shapes. Ah, Tino, that's a lovely question. You'd like to know if male elephants ever stick around to form bonds with their calves. As far as we know, they don't. But Tilo, how about I move forward a little bit and see if we can find that elephant again. And then we can chat while we move. And chat while we see the elephant. So they don't, as far as we know, again, they don't form bonds with their calves. The core of an elephant herd is made up of females, related females, and their offspring. Sorry, we're just moving you over to that side because the fence is not very pretty on this side. And while it's possible that they may recognize their kin, they don't play any part in the lives of their offspring. Anymore. Particularly, I mean, especially those that are not. We are going through a little bit of it. Please excuse us. See a bit of glitching or anything. For now, Lauren.
You're back with us, everyone. Sorry about that. Good luck, Trish. Finding a leopard in Madikwe is no easy feat. I think it's a stroke of luck more than anything else, but you never know. There is a high leopard population there. You've just got to be in the right place at the right time. Sorry, I'm just trying to check this drainage line. I came here to check it. So I'm just driving really slowly to see if I can see anything inside. Leopards will love to hide in drainage lines today. The Mawati is a good shout as well. I think we should pop our heads in there a little bit later. Sheltered from the wind. You can cozy up in a tree and you'll probably be quite warm. This is quite a significant drainage line. I think a lot happens here. I think the hyenas love it here too. But it's just you've got to take the conditions into consideration. So you've got to realize what kind of day it is and try and predict how animals will move. Well, of course, we're going to get that wrong, but you can at least try to think like the animal. You want to find an animal? You can try and think like one of them. Where would you go on a really cold, windy, blustery day? Scott, it's perfect leopard habitat. That's their preferred habitat, leopards, riverine systems. Perfect den sites, resources, water. So any area that does have quite an established riverine system, you will have a strong population of leopards. That is their preferred habitat. And of course, leopards are elusive in nature, so you will find riverine systems offer lots of places to hide and be perfectly elusive. As you go further south in the Sabi Sand into the sort of sand, but I'm just thinking today because it's windy, that's all. We've come into this nice road where we're actually quite sheltered from the wind. It's actually not that cold. It's when you're exposed, the wind chill will really get you. Okay, we're going to keep slowly checking all the warm areas and see what we can find.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
So tell you, there's not a breath of wind. Contrary to the last few days where we've had up to 80km/h winds. It was incredible. Almost feel like a new man. And it looks like we're going to have an extended period of warm weather. So I think the worst is behind us. So good luck to them in Djuma and at Madikwe, because they're getting what we had. And it was terrible. I don't think they'll have as much wind as we had, but it's not nice all the same. Lovely landscape here, lots of termite mounds. A perfect place for the likes of aardvark and aardwolf, bat-eared foxes, and of course surrogates. Got to be patient sometimes. They might have heard us coming up and just being quiet, but I think we're out of luck.
All right, so what I have here, well, I'm sitting now pretty much next to the road, and I'm sitting next to a heap of dung. So what pretty much came past here and actually deposit dung in these spots here? Well, this is known as a rhino midden. So of course rhinos, the male rhino, they are territorial. And so of course this is one way of a male rhino marking his territory, either by depositing the dung at certain spots, or he will spray urine and drag his back feet through that area and to mark his territory by means of doing that. Now here, this is, if I'm looking at this now, this is a white rhino. Why do I say white rhino? First of all, as you know, white rhinos are pretty much grazers. So being a grazer, what are you going to find in the dung? If I take a look at it now, if I grab some of the dung here, in the dung you can see all the grasses inside here. So just like the elephant, also very bad digestive system, also only around about 30% gets utilized. 70% will get passed through the gut of, and then of course once he comes and marks his territory, he'll do his business in these middens just like this one, and then he'll drag his back feet through and he'll kick the dung apart, and he'll create this kind of heap of grass or dung. And the bigger it is, more impressive it is to the females. So what a female will do, so the females aren't territorial. So if a female is in heat and she comes past this area and she sees, oh, but this dung midden or the rhino midden is quite large, she'll think, okay, well this male's been here for quite some time because he's been depositing his dung at all these middens, and she'll be quite impressed with the size, and she'll see, well, if there's just nice grazing areas, nice wallowing places, what she will do her pretty much business next to the midden itself. So she'll kind of come to the side here, she'll do a business next to the side of his midden, but she will not kick it. She will not kick it around and drag her feet through it. She'll leave it intact. So when this territorial rhino comes back, this male, he'll come back here, he'll do his business, and then he'll come up to this little spot here, and he'll realize, hey, hold on, but there is a female that's in heat, and then he will be on her track. Where are we going to, Oidi? Ah, Liam. All right, let's head over to Liam.
So just as a bit of drizzle starts to come down here on Pridelands, BK framing up really nicely on a little fork-tailed drongo, just observing a couple of ellie bulls happily feeding away here on Marula Road. Very, very nice. How's that for perspective? Rhythmically flapping of those ears and doing what elephants do best, collecting hundreds of kilograms of vegetation every single day. It is, after all, a full-time job. We are way up in the north here, just south of Impala Clearings, Impala Plains rather, in the hopes of coming across perhaps something like a leopard. There was a report in the rocky koppies nearby of a leopard seen very briefly this morning, and there was a sighting in the same place yesterday. So perhaps there's one about, maybe even feeding on something. But in the absence of leopards, the ever-present pridelands elephants are saving the day. This chap has chipped a big piece off of his left tusk there. He's kind of ground it all flat and smooth, but yeah, ultimately that will never grow back. Though the tusk will continue to grow from the base, it gets longer, it'll never sort of replace the damaged piece. He's also got a very nice notch in that left tusk, so he favors that one when it comes to feeding. You might say this guy is left-handed. Bella, in terms of asserting dominance on other bulls, it would probably be through bouts of sort of physical confrontation. Oh, this guy lifting a big branch to get at the tasty stuff underneath. So yeah, it would be physical displays of dominance. So bulls pushing in at waterholes, pushing everybody else out of the way, that shows he's dominant. Picking fights with other males and having them back down, especially in the presence of females. Another great way to show your dominance. Of course, there's also a whole lot of elephant dynamic going on kind of underneath our noses, and that's in their vocal communication. It is a language, an ultrasonic language, at frequencies much lower than we're able to register. It's been studied in Africa for upwards of 60 years now. The experts reckon we have only just scratched the surface. We still have little to no idea what they're talking about. I always say it, I think it's one of nature's great mysteries, and perhaps it's nice that it stays that way. Let the illies keep a few secrets. Oscar, during mating, probably not. So it would be in the bull's interest to be quite gentle with the female. Males can damage the females with their bodies, though. A female elephant comes into estrus for the first time, into heat, and when she hits puberty, probably somewhere around 10 to 12 years old. At that size, she probably only weighs about 1.5 tons to 2 tons. But she'll mate with the most dominant bull in the area, which will almost certainly be a 6 to 7 ton male. So you can just think about the physics there. A 7 ton male climbing onto her back, if he's a bit rough, he could very, very easily hurt her. But yeah, unlikely that a bull will tusk a female when he's trying to mate. Theo, they definitely do. So for the theory of natural selection, the females are more likely to pick the biggest, healthiest males. For the theory that those are the males with the strongest genetic material. The most well-developed bulls produce the most well-developed calves. If you think about that mom having to make a 22-month commitment to pregnancy and then potentially a lifetime commitment to having that calf in her family, she'd want it to be strong and healthy. Essentially, those sort of decisions are made whether consciously or subconsciously in terms of mate selection by all different kinds of animals. Not just mammals, fish, birds. It's all about picking the best, most dominant mate. Super. Well, I believe Trish has some very nice warthogs, so maybe time to check in with her.
These warthogs are surprisingly relaxed. In fact, when we saw them, I was going to bet Lloyd that they weren't going to stay. But then he wasn't paying attention for a few seconds, so I just stopped and I was like, let's take a bet. And then I thought he wasn't paying attention. But then once they stayed, he was like, what do you want to bet on? Nothing. I don't want to bet on anything. These warthogs totally chilled. Now, you know, so see, even Jarrett, our director, was convinced as well. But hey, if a green-winged petilia could stay on camera for longer than a few seconds, then anything is possible, really. We have about 4. I can only see 3 now, but there's, oh no, yeah, we've got about 4. Now, one of the kind of common themes, I suppose, when thinking about Madikwe is that how so many of the animals are red because of the sand. Dust bathing and carrying all the dust even just in the atmosphere, settling on them. And this morning, well, over the last few days actually, we've seen so many really, really red warthogs. And you can see that these are quite dark brown. Now, depending on where you go in Madikwe, because of the different soil types, you might find that the elephants look a little different, or the warthogs look a little different, all depending on where they've been rolling around. Ooh, sorry, let's put my game drive radio off there. Ooh, there's one just coming up just there under the tree as well. Hi Dreamcatcher, you'd like to know if those warts are made of keratin or of bone? Neither. Those warts are just calluses. So in the same way as you may get a callus anywhere in your hand, so just layers and layers and layers of skin, that's what those warts essentially are, just growth of skin. And we refer to them as calluses. So they are pretty hard and rough, but not from keratin or from bone. Now, I myself have not touched the wart of a warthog, and I don't suggest anybody does it. Unless, of course, you're a wildlife vet and you've had that opportunity. And if you are, please let me know. So, and if you've ever had the opportunity to touch a wart of a warthog. But I'd imagine them to be quite stiff, but also a little bendy. Or rather, I'd say a little bit rough, but a little bendy. That's what I imagine when I see their warts. But definitely it's just a buildup of skin. A callus that just continuously gets skin deposited on it. So we know that skin, well, I know it's an obvious thing, but it's good to just make sure we're on the same page. So when you develop a callus, the skin doesn't continue to grow on top. The skin underneath grows, and then and pushes and pushes and pushes. So that's what's happening. And so the skin that's most on the top, that's the one that is most dry and flaky and things like that. I'm talking about human calluses. But with a warthog callus, again, layers of skin are pushing through from the actual skin on the body, creating these warts.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
So apologies there, we are having some drizzle, so BK is going to have to wipe the lens. Yeah, that's pretty unavoidable at the moment. We're going to have to keep an eye on this weather. We do not have a rain roof for this Pryden's vehicle. So yeah, we may need to duck into camp and cover it up if it gets any harder than this. But life goes on for the wildlife, the impala and the zebra. One way or another, if it starts to rain, they are going to get wet, whether they're in thick bush or out in the open. They still have to sort of satisfy all their needs, find water, find food, stay away from danger. Not an easy life for a wild animal. Quite a peaceful scene, these guys all just going about their business. Herds of impala. Beautiful.
Look how beautiful is this male kudu. Isn't he stunning? So we just came up the road and we saw some females. You can see a female in the background, but this is the male. These beautiful spiraled horns. And He's walking like a very proud male. Nice size. And one of our largest antelopes that we do have in this area, the kudu. And you can see the female in the background. There's 2 or 3 females that's hanging around with a fork-tailed drongo that's taking those opportunity moments when there's little insects being disturbed and grabbing them in flight. But how nice is these females as well? They are beautiful, and I love watching kudus sometimes and how they walk so dainty when they put that back hoof exactly where the front one was, and just to kind of minimize the noise. There's another one in the further background there as well, you can see there. So when you're looking at the social side of these kudus, of course these females are all related, and not the male. So he'll have one dominant male, and he'll have, of course, his harem. Oh, look at him. Look at that beautiful mane that's kind of stretching down at the bottom of his neck. And look at those stunning white stripes. That's just kind of almost like somebody spilled paint on their back. And it's like just run all the way down on the flanks. Oxpeckers are also taking their chance here, the little red-billed oxpecker. Of course, these birds, they will feed on the parasites that's on the animals. So they'll comb through their hide, through the fur. They pick up on any ticks and fleas and they'll eat that. Oh, another female coming past. And they are strictly browsers, the kudus, so you'll find them most of the time, but I think this male's just eating little forbs that's coming out from the ground. And Gemma, you say a male kudu reminds you of CEOs of animals. They walk like CEOs, don't they? Like the real bit of a strut to their movement. Look at that. It just feels like he is feeling very, very big. But he is beautiful. Stunning male. Not the oldest of males. I can just see by the neck it's still a nice size, but of course it starts really thickening out once they start getting into those breeding seasons, and that should be coming up very soon. But even for his size, those horns are quite impressive. The Sasha, no, they won't use the manes to attract partners, but neck there, I mean, it is going to look quite impressive, and especially with other males. So it's the same as the Nyala. All the real trigger laughers family have got that long fur. So when the males compete against one another for those harems, sometimes even the kudu will actually strut us and just really fluff out the tail, making sure that those manes are nicely stretched out, and just to make them look quite large. So it is important to other males, but it's not. It doesn't really grab the attention of females. Like, ooh, your mane is long. No, it's just mainly to compare male versus male, the size. Mainly, yeah, mainly, exactly. I'm sure because of that little bit of the rains that we've been having over, I think 2.5 weeks ago, little forbs are coming through, so they're really enjoying that, and that's like little plants that's just growing out from the ground, enjoying that. And then there's still some nice green leaves on that acacia. You can see he's loving that. It looks like a red thorn to me. Nice and palatable to them. Now that's why the big thing with these white lines that's running down the flanks is that you'll find kudus most of the time, just like the nyalas, they're always in the really thick riverine areas next to the drainage lines, close to the dams, and it's really just to kind of break the outline of their body. So if predators do come past here, and it's not as easy as if there was no stripes on the side of their body. So, and why they're in the thickets is, of course, they are browsers feeding on leaves. That's why you also take a look at the kudu's ears. They've got these large ears. So the thing is, when they're in the very thick vegetation, what do they depend mostly on? Is their sense of hearing. Sense of hearing, very important. And then, of course, sense of smell and sense of sight. But sense of hearing, very important in thick stuff, knowing that maybe there's a predator approaching, and they can use those big ears. Oop, that one got a bit of a fright. Looks like they all moved off now. A little bit further away. You can still see one there, Cody. It still looks like a young one. Another one, another female. She's also just moving away. So you can see each one's stripes is very much different. Each one's got a little bit of like a different pattern. Some of their stripes break up a little bit. It's always beautiful just to compare the individuals. Alright, well, our kudu is slowly but surely moving away. Let's head over to Lauren, as I think she's found some more elephants to show you.
We found elephants, and you'll not believe what we drove into. Banded mongoose. We couldn't believe it. We were like, speak of the devil. We had just been talking about them. I think I've seen banded mongoose on Djuma once. Amazing. Anyway, didn't get them live, unfortunately, but they are around. More importantly, we've got the ellies around. Look at all the grass here, though. Long, green, probably quite delicious for winter. There's a nice butterfly there, but I cannot identify it from here. Oh my goodness, talking of banded mongoose, Trishala has some.
Lauren, were you just talking about banded mongoose? Because here they are, all underneath or at the end of a small pipe that is leading from that dam area I was telling you about that we wanted to go and visit. Well, these banded mongoose are far more relaxed than the few that we see in Djuma. Hello, cuties! But they are just as curious as every other mongoose species, bar maybe the white-tailed mongoose, who tends to scurry off very quickly. But of those social ones, like the dwarf mongoose, banded mongoose to me just feel like bigger dwarf mongoose. Very, very social, living in groups called businesses. And absolutely curious about everything that happens around them, particularly curious of us, humans and vehicles. Now, we saw quite a few in there, so it's just a matter of time until they pop out again. Now, they're quite a bit bigger than dwarf mongoose that we are really lucky to spend so much time with in Djuma. Dwarf mongoose, I always say, are They're like a tub of cream cheese, about 350 grams to 400 grams. Banded mongoose can get up to about 2 kgs, so significantly heavier. Come on, make another appearance. Hi Spas, this is your first banded mongoose. So excited for you. They are really cool and really cute and really very interesting to watch. Now, I was lucky in that on the east coast of South Africa, where I grew up, banded mongoose are all over the place. All over the place. When I used to go to work in the car park, if you didn't get out of your car straight away, then the mongoose you kind of see them walking around the car park like they own the place. Mongoose are so fierce. They always seem to have an attitude about themselves. Even though they're so small, they are very mighty. Now, they're also quite sneaky, so it might be that they've all kind of left and we're watching an empty space, but I'm going to give it a couple more minutes and hope that they'll come out again.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Oh, well, it seems like at least the weather is starting to clear up a little bit of sun now and again, and getting a little bit warmer compared to when we started, so that is nice for the afternoon. I'm now still on the northern boundary. I'm coming up to where pretty much the northeastern dam is, Buffelshoek Dam. I'm just going to come and take a look what's happening around here. So I am scratching quite a bit on the northern sides today. I just feel that might be a good place to start off with and see what we can find. maybe we can get elephants of our own around here at Buffelshoek Dam. I'm sure we're going to get some hippos. There was quite a nice pod of hippos around at this dam this morning. I think we counted 8 or 9 of them that was swimming around there, so that's quite nice. So let's go and take a look down at the dam. I haven't seen any leopard tracks this afternoon. Actually, even I haven't seen this morning as well, so I'm not too sure. Tom, what pushed me to become a naturalist? Tom, I think my big thing is passion. Passion. That if you don't have the passion for the wild and you want to become a guide, you know, well, we can always teach people to get, you know, to be passionate about it. But for me, I think it's all about passion. And as well as brought up here close to the Kruger Park my entire life, and always going into the Kruger about maybe 80, 90, 100 times per year. And yes, and that's how I started enjoying the bush, and I love it. Tom, I love it. But oh, look at that big one coming out there now. Sorry, there is some hippos. That's outside. Ooh, that is a big male. That is a big male. Look at the one that's closest to us. It's going into the water. Oh my word. That is a big boy. You don't want to mess with that guy. Indeed. The rest are following suit. Oh, splish, another one. Oh. That's now a pool party, exactly. It reminds me of my friends and myself jumping into a pool when we get to a house with a swimming pool. It's like, woohoo! Now look at these waves that these hippos have made. We do apologize. Did we actually disturb your afternoon sleep? Well, we came in here very slowly and very quietly. Nina, indeed, perfect timing. I thought we just like saw 4. Next moment, another one came out, and another one, and another one. It seemed like it was a conveyor belt of hippos that came out from behind that bank. Oh, I love it. Yeah, the geese are going crazy. I think the geese are loving it as well, because now these hippos have created a few waves around here. And I think these geese are going to bob up and down on these waves. Well, not heavy, but they're enjoying it. Maybe it's a bit of fun for them, because they're all making their way straight to where these hippos are. Now it's becoming a real pool party. Morgan, yes, hippos between the male hippos can be deadly, Morgan. You know, it's not a. I don't think it's too common. Many years ago, in the south of the Sabi Sands, we got to see 2 hippos on this Sand River. Sorry, the Sabi River. Battled it out, and the one that lost that battle ended up lying outside, like not too far from the water, but bleeding profusely. And not looking good, and about maybe a day and a half, 2 days later, we found that male hippo succumbed from its wounds, from its battle wounds. So yes, it can become deadly. You can imagine those big teeth, and when they start really going for it, and there's not one of them that's backing down, yeah, then it's just blood everywhere, and it can be quite serious. Looks like everything has settled down here except the Egyptian geese. And Egyptian geese are still having a lot of fun. Watch his landing. Oh. He wants to almost dunk that other one under the water there. And typical these Egyptian geese when they go for each other. And this is exactly where I saw a huge fight between two pairs of Egyptian geese last year. I was here at Buffelshoek Dam, and it seemed like the one wanted to drown the other one, and they weren't too happy sharing this dam. So yeah, they can be quite aggressive. Tyler, 10 years old. Can hippo babies leave the water right after birth? No, Tyler, they'll remain in the water. A good old support. So you won't see them really wandering around. It'll be very much at risk if they wander off too far. As a very small hippo, of course, something like the lions and that. So no, they'll hang around the water area. Mom won't move too far as well, so sometimes I'll have a little spot in the corner of the dam, nice and shallow spot. And if she needs to go out and feed, she won't. She'll just move a very short distance to go and feed and come straight back again. I'm not too sure exactly the age where they will start moving out and start feeding on grasses with Mom, but straight after birth they'll remain in the water.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Hello, my name is Maurice. I am from Perth in Western Australia.
Hello, I'm Stéphane. As you can hear, I am French and I'm doing the 35 days online course.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and in order to do that, I saw that Eco Training Friedlands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year.
So the 35 days course, it basically starts with theory online, 3 sessions a week. Very enjoyable. We went really deep into it. Very holistic as well. Really enjoyed it. It goes from insects to stars to obviously your mammals and your birds. I liked the 2 components. It just got me really well prepared before I got here.
Despite my accents and my misunderstandings, everyone has been very helpful and comprehensive to help me to understand everything.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting out on your journey towards becoming a conservationist, our digital courses offer a flexible and accessible way to deepen your knowledge and understanding of the natural world. So why wait? Sign up for an eco-training digital course today. Start your journey towards a more sustainable and connected future today.
Remarkably, we've had this little robber fly sitting on the vehicle for a really long time. I don't think I've ever had views of a robber fly like this. Remarkable insects, part of the Diptera group, part of the fly family. And apparently Southern Africa actually has about 500 different species. So as to which species this is, I'm not sure I could tell you, but they're remarkable predators. They actually capture their prey in flight and they overpower them with their really strong legs. Although those legs look tiny to us, they're actually quite big for an insect. You can really see them. They're visible and they're very hairy. And this helps to sort of ensnare the animal that they're catching in flight. And then they've got a really robust proboscis. Some of them can even inject venom that breaks down the tissue. Massive eyes. And I just want to show you some other sort of pictures of robber flies in my massive textbook. Why not? I love this book. If we just look at this one, cat number A, you'll be able to see right at the face where the eyes are, there's a really obvious bristly comb right in front of the eye. Almost looks like a moustache. This actually is called a mystax, and it helps protect the head and the mouth parts and the proboscis and even the eyes from damage, because their attacks are so savage that the prey can actually damage their eyes. So that's what this sort of really hairy part there is. And then if you look at this picture, you'll see it's caught a bee, covered in pollen, and it's managing to sort of overpower a bee. And here, I can't quite see what it's actually got here, but it's got something in flight. Remarkable insects, very opportunistic. And I'm very happy that we've actually had one stay still for so long. Not sure I've ever filmed one before, but as we bumble on, we're going to send you guys to Liam with a big elephant herd.
Well, Elephant Central indeed. And Blovo Dam here on Pridelands is chock-a-block this afternoon with 3 breeding herds, no less. Probably 40 or 50 ellies altogether. All coming down, congregating, socializing. It is a very cool scene. Haha, this guy giving us some proper attitude there. Check it out. Aren't you terrifying? Awesome stuff. The matriarch of this group closest to the camp has a really impressive set of tusks. Oh, some wonderful rumbles there. Yeah, our elephant cows of the Greater Kruger are not known for large ivory, but she's pretty exceptional. She's no Esselwini male, but for a female, those are some big teeth. I hope those rumbles are coming through for you as well. There's a lot of talking going on. Oh, this is sublime. Another collective noun for elephants on the move is a parade. And this sort of line of ellies moving past us. You can understand why. Ah, check it out. So that trunk to the mouth is the elephant answer to a handshake. It's a greeting. You must be getting some of those rumbles. That's powerful stuff. Thomas, absolutely. The lion is often called sort of the king out here. But anybody who knows elephants knows the truth. They're extremely regal. Sure, this is a very relaxed breeding herd. Just coming to say hi. A breeding herd of elephants is an extended family, all centered around one grandmother, probably somewhere in her 40s or 50s. A collection of her daughters, sisters, aunts, and all of their young. Bonds between females could last 50 years. Pretty staggering stuff. There aren't many animals in the natural world that form relationships as long-lasting and as tightly bonded as that. This is an old concrete reservoir. Kendra, certainly if we're looking at drought conditions, where water is in very, very short supply, a particularly dominant matriarch may well push another breeding herd away from the water. I've even heard reports of elephant herds kidnapping the youngsters of a weaker, more subordinate herd in order to show dominance. Not really with the motivation to keep that youngster as one of their own, but more as a show of force. Pretty outrageous. They're so multifaceted and outrageous. We're drowning in them on this side of the dam, but in the background I'm sure you can see a whole bunch more. Very, very big bull on this side. I wonder if one of these cows is not in estrus. It's a great comparison, a size comparison between the two. He's an adult male, she's a very big adult female. And there's that handshake greeting again, that sniffing of the mouth and gentle clacking and rubbing of the tusks. That's a peaceful elephant hello. Maybe these two know each other. A leopard girl, absolutely it is. We actually had a breeding herd in amongst our tents throughout the afternoon. He's getting a bit boisterous there. I reckon she knows this male. She's an older female, probably in her 50s. This may well even be one of her earliest sons. My goodness, there must be 60, 70 ellies here. This bull scenting all of the females that are around. He may well even be approaching a must cycle. A cycle of heightened reproductive activity, egged on by booming levels of testosterone. When he's a younger male, the cycle probably won't last that long, but at the peak of it, his testosterone will be 70 times the normal sort of healthy off-season level. This fairly boisterous behavior is certainly demonstrative of a bit of elevated testosterone there. No, Gabriel, so a matriarch essentially fills her role because of her seniority. She's the oldest female in the group. When she dies, the next most senior female stands into that position. Sure, that's extremely, extremely interesting interaction. I don't think I've seen a bull and a cow sort of touching and clacking tusks for so long like this. Looks like he's pretty keen to stick with this little breeding herd. He's going to follow them off stage left there. Into the hole in the dam wall that these ellies have made. Yeah, Izzy, perhaps she was sort of holding him back a little bit. I don't know, I got the impression that she recognized him though. That was a pretty personal greeting. Sniffing of the mouth, that sort of gentle touching of the tusks, and then perhaps even that sort of pushing and shoving. I'm strongly suspecting mother and son there, but of course there's no way to tell. After years of watching these incredible and immense grey pachyderms in the wilds of Africa, constantly in awe, we're forever experiencing and sort of viewing new things. They are the greatest.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Like I said, I was after an elephant fix. I haven't been around elephants for a little while. Been watching them a lot on Live at the Waterhole on that show, but that's remotely, so nice to be in the presence of an elephant once more. He's just been happily feeding. He got a little bit of a fright because there were some Egyptian geese here that flew off as we moved in, and so he did move a little bit away from us, but it wasn't because of us, it was because of the racket that the Egyptian geese made. So he is one of the younger bulls on the reserve. He's not the dominant bull, and he's hanging in the area where the breeding herd is. We'll move into that area after this. And always good just to watch the kind of relaxed disposition of these elephants here in the Eastern Cape. Very, very different characteristic behavior than the likes of the elephants at Pridelands.
Wow, we've come to my favorite place. We've got Miss Ntima and, of course, Junebug. But Ntima looks like she's about to leave. And if she does, well, that means that we have to leave too. So let's just see what she decides to do. She was there when we came this morning, but she was suckling. She was right in the the entrance. Why say den entrance when you can say dentrance? And Tima, don't leave. Okay. Good girl. can see Kingarika's gone and no sign of June. Ronald, it's really slender mongoose. I don't know if we're gonna look at that slender. It's gone. Sorry, Ronald, it's ethical thing. So you can see already how curious Junebug is. As soon as we arrive, Junebug runs to us to greet the car and leaves the den, wants to come and explore and sort of figure everything out. That would most likely be the same with leopard and lion cubs. They're just not as curious. And by us being there, we're encouraging them to come out and explore. And there's no adult there to protect them. There's no hyena adult, or in the case of a leopard or a lion, their moms or aunties. So it's leaving them very vulnerable and exposed. So it's just not ethical to do that at a den site. So up until a certain age, you only visit den sites when mom is there. Or in the case of hyenas or lions, adults. They're the ones that can protect the little ones at the end of the day. You can see what Junebug's like now, all over the place. He was hilarious this morning. He's been very naughty with Kingarika. And it was so good to see her. I've still got to see Ribbon at this den and Heart at this den. I think I've pretty much seen everybody else. Ian, we're continuing on the theme. I love it. I think Intima Bug's a little bit too small right now. Not really doing much. Definitely not got the ability to play like Junebug wants to play. Look at him. Probably not very mobile. Only really responding to mom. So I think Junebug's probably not realizing that he has got a playmate on the way. We just need another week or two, Junebug, and then you will have a playmate. But you're going to be much bigger than that playmate. And it's a good thing, because sometimes the older cubs can be a little bit rough with the young ones. Remember, Intima's baby was born on the 27th. So that's what, 5 days ago, 6 days ago? Still very young. And you don't want Junebug accidentally hurting it. Okay, we're going to stay here with our very sedentary hyenas, and we're going to send you guys over to the S8 male on the move.
Oh, look at this. He has just decided he was grooming himself and getting ready for the evening, starting to prep himself for the ladies. And he decided to come south, closer to the road, and lie in this nice open clearing for us. How beautiful is this male lion? He is just so stunning. Great body condition, still looking very fit, and couple of scars, but you must remember this male is about 10 years old. So you can imagine he's been through a lot of things here in the wild. Protecting his cubs, protecting his pride, protecting his territory. And now he's got his head up and having a little bit of a scratch on the nose. Can imagine he starts roaring for us now. Clearly he's thinking to himself, nah, not now, just wait. Oh, wait, hold on, maybe he's going to. listen to me. Saying, well, maybe he's gonna roar. Isn't that amazing? So what he's doing now, he's listening. You can see ears pointed forward, moving his head from side to side. So clearly maybe he's looking around for the pride. So of course if the pride does hear him, maybe that female might contact him back and start calling as well. Jerome, yes, can you believe it? I am so ecstatic about this. This was amazing. Amazing, just that power. When they call like that, the power. And that is typical going into an open clearing like this. And of course, nicely on a rise, like a elevated area. So when he does call, that he knows that that noise is going to travel even further. And he's actually pointing downwind. So he's pointing towards an area where maybe the female, maybe the pride is. And of course calling that way. So that noise will travel much further. And they usually will do it mostly at night time with that calling. So it's like territorial calling as well, just to let other males know, listen, I am in the area. If you want to come into this area, well, you've got to challenge me. And especially a male of 10 years old that's been always by himself. He's got a lot of experience in battles. Yes, Cosmic Carol, he is majestic. Beautiful boy, isn't he? The mane is in still good condition, as I say, his body's in good condition. So he's stunning male. But on top of that as well, you can imagine being a solitary male, your workload is a little bit more now. You can imagine his workload is a little bit more, and he has to really kind of make sure that he calls quite a bit, because he's got no backing of brothers. So he's got to call, he's got to make sure that, you know, if that pride is close by the Talamati breakaways with these youngsters, if he must make sure that they are safe, there's no nomadic males coming into the area, and he's still got a lot to do. See, listening out, sniffing the air. And this is his territory, so where we are now, so he's not, well, so he's not really encroaching any other male's territory for now. This is his territory where we are now. A little bit further south as well into Djuma, and as well further north from where we are now into Buffelshoek, into Manuleti, close to Manuleti boundary. It's quite a vast area that he patrols. Alright, well, it looks like he's done his roaring there, and he's just decided to take time out.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
He tries so hard to get Intima to play, but she's a new mama now with Junebug. She's not interested. I'm sure he'll cuddle up next to that new cub when they're sleeping at night time, or maybe during the day they'll cuddle up. Rosemary, a big thank you. You have just donated on YouTube, and thank you very much. We really appreciate it. From all of us at the WildEarth team, the naturalists, the cameramen, the tech, the producers, the directors, all of us. Thank you very much, Rosemary. What a beautiful name. No, I don't think that's rainwater. Nope, it's definitely not rainwater, Junebug. All of the adults pee in this one particular spot. It's like a ginormous pee puddle. Lovely. And then they sleep in it.
Superb. Well, elephants all around us here at Ndlovu Dam still. While all of you were taking a look at that very impressive male lion with Cedric, we also had 3 male buffalo pitch up on the other side. I think hoping to have a nice drink. They got 2 or 3 sips into it and then were very rapidly pushed off by the group of ellies that were down that way. Yeah, apparently not keen to share the waterhole with their bovine neighbours. But with any luck, if the buffalo are patient, which I'm sure they will be, off to the one side, the ellies will move off and the buff will come back down. This has been just the nicest way to end this afternoon. And thankfully, touch wood, the rain has stayed off us. And the wind seems to have died down. Hopefully I don't jinx it by saying it out loud. Well, speaking of getting your elephant fix, let's check in with Ralph.
Well, we've managed to catch up with the breeding herd and the little baby that I think was born about 4 months ago. I was here the day that it was born, and look at that. It still hasn't quite got control of that little trunk. And a moment ago he was trying to put a big branch on top of his head, but it didn't quite work out. You can see how it's a little bit out of control, but wonderful to see that he's doing well. And the one behind it just clearing the dust and sand off whatever that bit of vegetation is that it's busy eating. Quite a bit of succulent plants here in this open area as they all file past in the lovely sun. Can smell them now too. And off in the distance I can hear a jackal buzzard calling. And once that baby disappears behind the thickets there, we'll go from the smallest member of the herd to the biggest in Zika. No, he's Collie, the big boy with the big tusks. He's the dominant bull. Called Collie because he's got a caul or a notch out of his ear on his right side, but you'll see it on the left, which is just now hidden behind his massive head. What a beautiful scene. So bush Barbie, there are genetics from the Addo area, and we do have a few of the tuskless elephants here, but there's a bit of a mix. I think there's a couple or a bit of Kruger genes as well. You know, they try to keep the genetics nicely mixed. So it's not only the Addo line, there is a nice mix here. I think there might even be from the Northwest Province as well, one or two of them. So they have mixed it up a bit, but generally, yeah, it's mostly from the Eastern Cape. And as I say, there are a couple, I haven't seen any now, but there are a couple of cows that don't have any tusks, and that is the real particular line of the Addo elephants. It's just awesome to see them in this beautiful light as well. The sun's getting down, so the angles are making it wonderful contrasts, lovely shadows. The young bull there, the one at the back, he's about 10 years old. So Lisa, they get control of their trunk at around about a year old. Every individual is different, like us as humans. There's a lot of characteristics of elephants that we can compare with humans. And they're very individualistic. They've all got their own emotions. And yes, some develop quicker than others or slower than others. But generally around about a year is when they start being able to use their trunk properly. And that's when they then start being able to drink water properly, suck up water into the trunk and blow it into the back of their mouth, and also then start to take on solids. They'll continue to drink from the mother, sometimes even for another year and a half or so after that, but then it becomes a mix, and then slowly but surely she starts weaning the youngster off the milk, and it then moves on to solids. So quite similar to humans as well, with the milk intake that babies will have as humans, and then slowly going on to solids, and then switching it up from there. We've got another individual that might walk just past us. We'll just keep an eye on him, because he doesn't seem to be too menacing, but you never know. As I say, these Eastern Cape elephants are extremely relaxed, even when they are in must, but they're still elephants, and they're big, and we need to just be careful. He's just passing right behind a safari vehicle. So, and there's a bit of trumpeting off in the distance. I think that's the dominant male. He's maybe just pursuing those. No, it's not the dominant. I think it's a youngster. So we are just going to try and get a bit of a better position on these elephants. And while we do that, obviously, lots of excitement with Lauren.
All is still going on at the hyena den. It seems like a lot of people want to visit the hyena den, so we may have to move shortly, but we can make the most of it until then. Oh, quickly over to Cedric.
All right, well, we've got him up again, and he might roar for us once again. It looks like he's busy just now and again. He's just starting off with a roar, like a little bit like soft, almost like contact calls. But let's take a look. The wind is blowing from behind us. And let's listen. Oh, yeah, he's going to get up. What's he going to do? Oh, he's going to come towards me. All right. Yes. Yes, that's my head. Sorry. It's very cold. I am tucked up. There's another vehicle that's just ahead of us now. So he's moving straight south. He's doing his dropping next to the vehicle. And you can imagine, lion scat is not the nicest thing to smell. Trust me, it is terrible. Luckily the wind is going downwards, so it's heading directly into those people's face. Welcome to Africa. Oh, right next to the vehicle. Alright, we have to move, see if we can follow, yeah? Alright, I'm going to drive on it now. I'm going to go like, get it stuck to the tires just for the fun of it. Alright. As we see, we try to pass another vehicle, yeah? And see where's he going to go. And he looks like he is heading straight to Baobab Dam. Or he might go, maybe he goes south onto Djuma, let's see. But I think he's going to go Baobab Dam. Tell him what likewise, and those male sometimes like heading to that big dam. Greg, it is a smelly situation. I'm making sure that I'm away from that smelly situation. Is he going to maybe scratch his claws here? Is he going to do a bit of... He's going to stretch. Yeah, he's going to do it. Let me quickly jump in here. Sorry. Hold on, Odie. Alright. Of course, stretching the claws. Oh, they're going to come straight towards us. Yes, no, look, lion scat is very smelly. It is, yeah. I do not wish it on anybody. Nobody. Alright. It might roll for us again. Let's quickly turn here. I'm going to stop here quickly to see him. He might roll for us. Yeah, here he goes. Come on, he's contact calling again. He's starting off, but he's there. Excellent. Typical, just listening out now. He's walking straight further towards that big dam. And I think what he wants, I think he's trying to get hold more like the females. So that's exactly his plan of action. Yeah, he wants to get hold of that pride.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Oh, it's getting dark and gloomy at this side. I can see why the S8 male is roaring already. It feels a lot later than it actually is, if that makes any sense. Hence why I was hoping movement from Intima, but that also didn't happen. Where do you think you are going? Goodness, Wendy probably has lots of chewable parts for Junebug. If she's an old clunky car, there's probably lots to chew. That light part of the hair is going all the way down the back as well. It's not just the neck. He's really changing. But it is remarkable how long they do take to develop. They are born altricial, and they really are den-bound for a long time in their development. I think the adults would have them den-bound for longer, but I think they reach a stage where they've maybe explored a little bit with mom, and then of course when they've got others, siblings or other cubs in the den, that makes them want to explore even more because they become a little unit. He's put the stick inside the den. Oh, maybe he's trying to give it to the little cub. Here, have my stick. I missed that. One more time. One more time with that comment. Sorry, I was signaling to another vehicle. Oh, come on, Intima. Don't you want to go and get your little one? Vernon, very good question. And yes, she is. We've seen them interact a few times. I'm not sure if we've always got it live, but June definitely acts more dominant, but not so aggressive, to be completely honest. We see June put the tail up and Tima sort of bow down. They sniff each other, they greet each other, but June is always a more dominant one. So June is definitely higher ranked. I can conclusively say that than Intima, but that's pretty much what we thought. I mean, we do believe Ribbon to be at the bottom. So if Ribbon's at the bottom, then Intima's at the bottom. But yes, Vernon, great question, and that's exactly how we learn. We need to see more adult interactions. That's what I'm really hoping for before I leave, to see some more adult females interact, and then we can sort of gauge where everyone's sitting. We do know that Hart, Cork, Swaz and Ndebele are definitely at the top. They're definitely the high rankers. But who's sitting right at the very top on that throne? Don't know. And maybe this den gets really active during the night. They are nocturnal animals. I remember spending lots of time at Philemon's Dip Den 3 at night time. We used to film a lot in infrared and thermal, the thermal camera. And we used to stay at that den and it would be really active. Long after the sun went down. So possibly by the time I leave. I'm just not capturing the main buzz of the Dane. I mean, Junebug's buzzing, but in terms of the adults. Or there's just being another one? Oh my goodness. How many do we have in our collection now? Or the adults have just split a little bit while there's a shift going on. They're still very much the Juma clan. But if there is any sort of matriarchal shift, there may just be a bit of a division until it all settles and everybody comes together again. June's priority is Junebug, and Tima's priority is in Tima's little one in the Dane. Stephanie, yes, you've noticed that too. Not ideal. Only when there's an adult here, though, I'm hoping, Stephanie. But oh yes, Junebug just wants to see everything. And that's the thing, he only knows adults. And that's why it's a great thing that there's a little cub in there, because he's probably going to want to spend all his time with that cub. Once the cub becomes mobile and playful and bounds out the Dane. Oh, wow. This is definitely a great find. But we may have to leave shortly just to make space for another vehicle. As Junebug tucks into his biggest stick yet.
Are you yearning for a private virtual WildEarth safari adventure with our naturalists and crew? We have got you covered. Sign up to be an explorer before the 15th of August and you could win a private safari experience. Make lifelong wildlife memories with either Steve,
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
or Cedric. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Gardener, but I am hoping someone can clarify it. What is she up to? look at those views, Dobby. Louise thinks it looks like a damselfly. I can't really see from where I am. And considering I came here a very dramatic arachnophobe, I'm very proud at how far I have came. So with the golden orb-web spiders, the females are said to reach 30 millimeters in length, and the males only go up to 5 millimeters in length. So there you have it. There is a drastic size difference between male and female. He looks like a tiny little dwarf in comparison to her.
Alright, well, we are here still with the S8 male at Baobab Dam. As you can see the dam in the background. He has been roaring a few times for us, and he's just been listening out and roaring. But a very important thing as well, roaring like that. Now, of course, the Talamati breakaways, that female with the 5 youngsters, when they do hear him roaring, it just kind of reassures them that, okay, well, at least the S8 male, the dominant male, of course, for the 5 youngsters, our dad is still doing very well, and he's still got this area, and he's still protecting this area. And it also reassures the female when he roars like that. So very important. And they know exactly his roar. So each one of them will know each other's calls, the scent. It's amazing to us, it all sounds the same. One male roar sounds like the other male's roar. But for the lions themselves, they know exactly who is calling, and they will at least work out that individual. But a perfect spot for him now as well, on this open clearing. And you can see, if he does roar, he roars directly downwind every single time. So let that noise travel. So yeah, I was just checking up now. So he used to be part of the Mbali Pride, or he used to look over the Mbali Pride, and he left the Mbali Pride in 2021. So in 2021, when he left the Mbali Pride, that's pretty much when he went to join up with the Talamati breakaways. And the Talamati breakaways, not too long ago, it was consisting of 3 females, and of course the 5 youngsters. But unfortunately, for some or other reason, 2 of the females have passed. So there's only 1 of the females left with the 5 young ones. So as long as he can still look after this area and make sure that that female is safe from other males, then those 5 young ones will get to adulthood. Sorry, Jared, I missed that comment completely. Lisa, that tuft of hair on the elbows. Why do they have that hair on the tuft? That tuft of hair on the elbows. Lisa? Oh, yeah, he's calling. All right, well, Lisa, getting back to your question before I was rudely interrupted by S8 male. That tuft of hair on the elbows, no idea, because most males will have it there, but I don't think it's got really a significant purpose. And I won't really think that is really, I won't actually really know why there's a tuft of hair on the elbows. Sorry, Lisa. I think it's just with all males. Like, why will we have hair under our arms, eh? Yeah, yeah. So. But how beautiful was that roar once again. Typical, in the open clearing, nicely, that noise can travel much further, it brings it through, sends it towards the dam, across the dam, and then of course that noise will disperse a good 10 k's away from where he is now to other areas. So you can see he's got his head up now, listening. Just see if he's going to get a response from that female. Starting to drip now. The rain slowly but surely seems like it wants to come in. Janice, the easiest way to identify lion pride. Janice, lions can be quite tricky. It's not like a leopard. Leopard's got spots, rosettes, of course, and you know it's you can always pick up on certain little features about individuals in the leopard society. Lions, you know, if you've got females together, look, males are a little bit different because of the manes, sizes of the manes, the color of the manes. So the males you can really kind of work out scratches on the faces. But sometimes the females can be quite tricky as well as, well, the way I do it with females, if I'm in a specific area, say for instance I'm here now, and I see one female walking across this open area, one female lion walking across this open area. If she's coming across this open area, first thing is going to be, whose territory is this? Okay, which pride belongs in this territory? Well, it's the Talamati breakaways. That's the first thing. So I'll think, okay, the Talamati breakaways, that female of the Talamati breakaway, what characteristics does she have? And unique characteristics does she have on her face, on her ears, you know, maybe a notch out of the ear and all that. That's a second way. And then, you know, so you can, each one's got its little bit of a, like something there. There's something there. And that's how I really kind of work it out. You know, I'm not going to sit here and if I see a female, I'm going to say, oh, this must be, let's say, one of the females from the Styx pride. No, well, Styx pride, they do not come up this side, so that's, I cancel that out first. So yes, so there's a, like, you know, there's a certain way to do it. Yes, I've got it wrong many a time, and it's just to get to know every single individual and all that is it is so tough. It is not easy at all compared to your, as I say, to your leopards. Leopards, way easier. Same as hyenas, we've got spots. Each one's got a different pattern of spots. But you can still see he's still listening out. He might start calling for us very soon again. Yeah, Yorkshire Steve, yes. For sure, if he's roaring, it's his location is given away. You know, the prey species knows that he's here, but he's not hunting. If they go hunting at night time, then they tend to rather stay silent and use rather visual communication than any vocals. But for now, he's not planning to hunt. He's planning to locate and also communicate with lions that, well, he is here. So that's what he's doing now. But if he's going to go hunt, yeah, no, then he'll rather be silent and move at night time and be stealthy and not vocalize like this and not call and give his location away. Maybe I got a feeling maybe he's heard those the Telemati breakaways, and then he might have heard the female calling somewhere. I mean, for us to pick up on some of the noises, it's so difficult. They've got fantastic sense of hearing, and so yes, what he can hear, well, sometimes we can't hear about 80% of it.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
As a professional field guide in the African bush, Eco Training's professional field guide course can make that dream a reality. This comprehensive program comprises approximately 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush, with highly qualified instructors where participants will complete various certificate courses. You'll learn essential skills such as animal behavior, tracking and identification, as well as gaining in-depth knowledge of the African bush and its ecosystems, all while living in a real-life safari camp. But the learning doesn't stop there. Following the theoretical and practical training, students will embark on a placement program period of 5 to 6 months. During this time, you'll work alongside professional staff and management at a property, putting your newly acquired skills into practice and gaining substantial practical experience. You'll be fully prepared for a fulfilling and rewarding career as a professional field guide. Enroll today, locally or internationally. Take the first step towards your dream bushveld job today.
So we got our elephant fix, and we were wanting to go and find the lion with the cubs. But today it's not to be. Apparently the mother of the cubs, has killed a very big warthog, but it's a very long distance view, and it's near to the areas that we don't have signal down in the valleys. So we aren't going to be able to see it today, but I'm going to keep on trying. Maybe tomorrow's the day. Anyway, so we've come back up out of the basin and found ourselves a lovely little herd of zebra. Lots of stripes, and just before you came to us, I saw a zebra feeding on a num-num, Carissa bispinosa, which is very interesting because as far as I have been told, and all the literature and so on says, zebra are sort of only grazers and bulk grazers as such. I've never seen a zebra browsing until now, literally 5 minutes ago. A zebra feeding on a Carissa bispinosa. So the animals don't put themselves in boxes. They are, yes, predominantly grazers, but they will browse when the vegetation is suitable. And obviously Carissa bispinosa, or the num-num, as they call it, very tasty. Maybe it's going for the little fruits, and it was also picking off leaves. Maybe it's just a little bit of a delicacy for the zebra, apart from the normal grass diet that they have. So who would have known that a zebra can in fact browse? But it's not the first time that I've been shown that animals will do things out the box. It's like black rhino, that we say are only or exclusively browsers. Well, in the Masai Mara, they're grazers, eating the red oat grass out in the plains. So, I think it's just dependent on what is available, and if the browse is delightful for a zebra, even though it's supposed to be a grazer, well, it's going to eat it. I like that kind of outlook. The sun is now just about to hit towards the horizon. So Gabby, absolutely, the num-nums out here, if I see another one, because the zebra moved off from where that num-num was, but I'll show you that little fruit, and it's my favorite fruit out here, the Carissa bispinosa. It is absolutely delightful. It's sweet and a perfect little fruit, wild fruit or berry. It's only the size of your pinky fingernail. It's like the size of a pea. That's how big those little fruits are, and they are extremely tasty. But I think the leaves must also be tasty for the zebra. I think this is part of one harem. There's a southern boo-boo calling there, as well as some hardy-daw in the distance. And they're heading straight towards the sun, which is heading straight towards the horizon. Only a few minutes left of daylight, I think. That sun is going down really quickly. Oh, they're going to cross the gravel road and head off into the sunset, which is exactly what we're going to do once they leave. All right, so we're going to follow up behind these zebra, and who knows, maybe we'll see them eating some more Carissa bispinosa, aka the num-num. Anyway, while we head straight in towards that sun, I'm going to head you straight towards Liam.
How fantastic was that? So that was a very, very close encounter from a rather large. We actually viewed him coming up the road, and we had hoped that if we gave him the space, so we did pull off to the side, he'd give us a walk by. And he did exactly that. My goodness. Yeah, ever so slightly musty. You could see temporal streaming there, as well as a little bit of dripping from his penis sheath, an indication of that must cycle. But yeah, not full-blown stroppy aggressive must. Just sort of the entry cycle there. Amazing stuff. Barry, it certainly has. It's one of the things that makes this Pridelands property such a reliable one for these drives. In the absence of big cats, that sort of thing, the ellies are almost always present. And if you like elephants as much as me, that makes this place rather magical all the time. It's what keeps me coming back again and again. Alrighty, well, now that that enormous musty bull has gone past, I think we're going to crack on. The light is definitely getting lower, temperature starting to drop. I'm hoping we don't get sort of sudden condensation up in the air above our heads that ends up producing rain. It can happen when there's lots and lots of moisture in the air. As that air's temperature reduces, with the sun having disappeared, it reaches its dew point a lot quicker, and water droplets form. If those droplets get heavy enough in cloud, they fall as rain. Yeah, touch wood, hopefully not. So Jumbo Rafiki, like that question. So Jumbo Rafiki, we are allowed to intervene. We can justify that the animal's injuries have been caused by human activities. So if an animal has been shot, poisoned, if it's trapped in wire, maybe it's eaten plastic, something like that. If it's suffering at the direct result of something humans have done, we can get involved. And it doesn't matter the species. Whether it's an impala or a bird or an elephant or a lion, our ethos say we're obliged to give it a hand. But if an animal is suffering as a result of something that's occurred naturally, something like a broken leg or injuries from fighting, generally the answer would be no. We have to let nature take its course. If you understand the function of the natural world, the weakest should not survive. Occasionally exceptions will be made if the animal is a highly endangered species, a rhino, a cheetah, something along those lines, a wild dog. But generally, hands off if it hasn't been injured by people. It can be hard if you feel any empathy at all for a suffering animal. It's horrible to see something not having an easy time. But we just sort of have to stand by. Brian, that certainly is a contributing factor. So as we've mentioned before, for anybody who doesn't know, there are no fences separating the Pridelands, Boston, Jejani area from the Greater Kruger National Park. So that's an area in total now, sort of taking in all the private properties around the outside as well, of about 2.2 million hectares. It's enormous. It's like a country. And you do have it happening that in areas of very favorable grazing with good water, elephants will congregate. Not always a great thing. We are seeing quite a lot of damage to certain trees here on Pridelands, marulas, knobthorns. But hopefully before too many of the very largest, very oldest of those trees have been damaged, the ellies will begin to disperse a bit. Lillian, we certainly can't. I feel like every corner we come round, we're just bumping into more and more herds of these guys. But I'm not complaining at all. We have nowhere else to be. And when it comes to elephants, I've got all the time in the world for them. The elephants of the Greater Kruger live a pretty blessed life, bar a few in a couple of conflict zones up towards perhaps the border with Zimbabwe, certain parts of the border with Mozambique. Otherwise, our elephants are largely left alone by ivory poachers, but thus is not the case sort of all the way up the continent of Africa. Some ellies have a very tough time.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
I really, really love these cars very much. Even when I was at Amakala or Madikwe, it just didn't quite feel the same when I wasn't driving a Landy. But it's an ongoing debate out here, Land Rover or Land Cruiser. Wendy's old now, she's very tired, but back in her day I would choose Wendy any day. Very powerful vehicle. The boys think that Rusty's more powerful, which is why the boys love Rusty. And I'm okay with that. I love Wendy. I can sit right next to the steering wheel on Wendy because the seat comes forward. And I like to be here on Rusty. No, my feet don't reach the pedals. I stall Rusty a lot. Okay, it's definitely spotlight time now, so I'm gonna try and see what I can find.
I myself am partial to Wendy. And I do agree that most of the time the guys use Rusty. They seem to really like it. I mean, they're both exactly the same size, but apparently Rusty gives them more legroom. But my number one vehicle will always be Jiga. Unfortunately, she is only a memory of a vehicle anymore. But I still love her. That was my favorite vehicle. As for this vehicle, it doesn't have a name, but it does belong to Jamala. Maybe we could just call it Jamala. No, doesn't sit right. But she doesn't have a name yet, at least not one that we know of.
Scratchy.
Scratchy. Yeah, no, I got it. You need to get more creative, Lloyd.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, I know you missed us for a little bit. We're having a bit of trouble, but all is good now. We haven't forgotten about our leopard journey, trying to find a leopard. We did a bit of a loop. We went down to that dam, Tuasa Dam, or waterhole, hoping to pick up on some kind of clues. Nothing at all. We looked in plenty trees. Nothing to be seen. So now that it's gotten cooler, the sun has started to set, I've now got a scarf and my parka on. Could be the time for a little bit of movement. So there's two waterholes that leopard could have gone to. The one we went to visit, Tuasa Waterhole, or the one really close to our camp. So we'll just have to see how it goes. But for now, we're going to pass the bat cave, so I thought we could just turn in there and have a quick look, see if anything comes out. It was around this time a couple nights ago that we did see a couple of bats. So, lots to do as the day part of the bush winds down and all that exciting nighttime action becomes part of the drive. Serena, hi Serena. You reckon this car should be called Maddie? Short for Madikwe? I like Maddie. Well, I mean, you know, maybe I should find out if she has a name of her own first, before we start renaming her and confusing her, obviously. Hello, Impala. Oh, there's so many Impala. I'm just going to position us like this so you can see the vastness of Impala. My goodness, this might be the most Impala I've ever seen in one go. Look at that. There must be over 50 Impala here. And that's just what we can see, and they'll definitely be amongst the vegetation, both on the left and the right. My goodness, it looks like they're all going somewhere. Maybe they're turning in. We know, particularly in Djuma, at night the impala always turn in an area that is open, whether that's sandy patch way off in the west, or whether it's those open clearings right in front of our camp there at Djuma. But here at Madikwe, I don't know where they would go to turn in. I'm not too familiar with any open clearings, so I wonder maybe they'd go to the bat cave. I mean, not into the cave, but it's pretty open around the cave. But the klipspringer that hang out there, they look quite intimidating, I must say. How stunning is that? Alexander, you reckon it's boys' night for the rams? I mean, looks like they're taking their families with, I must admit. Sorry, let me just turn my game drive radio off. I see plenty of rams, but I also see some youngsters and some ewes as well, female impalas. It's, you know what it is, Alexander, that boys' night where everyone else finds out about it, and then one person's family gets invited, and then you have to invite your family. That's what it is. Oh, how Holly, you are asking if I think that the impala sleep in the bat cave. No, I don't think so. They just don't have the right anatomy to be able to maneuver that area. But what I was talking about earlier is that near the bat caves, as we approach the bat cave, it's really, really open. And that's the type of area an impala and herds will settle down in for the evening. Somewhere there where they could hear and see predators approach for some distance, where they can't just get ambushed. That's why they like open areas. And at the foot of the bat cave, it's really very open. So that's why I mentioned the bat cave. But I certainly don't think that they would enter into the bat cave because they don't have the right equipment. Unlike this klipspringer, who are very well suited and adapted to moving about on the rocks. Impala might get up a few rocks, but once things get steep and difficult, they're really, really not going to be able. Oh, my first bat. The impala are not going to be able to get up the steep stuff. Oh. Lloyd, how are you feeling about that bat? It's bats are a really difficult thing to follow on camera. They maneuver so quickly, and they're quite difficult. Anyway, we'll move towards the bat cave and see if any more start to emerge.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Alright, so I have left the S8 male lion. That sighting was getting a little bit busy, and it seems like he was also looking further north. So we left him, and yes, I'm continuing with my nightly search for some amazing little critters that we can find at night. I'm doing a little bit of the western boundary. A quick update as well, they did find Chudulu and the cub, but unfortunately in the west, on the western boundary of Arathusa. So that's exactly where they found Chudulu and the cub this evening or this afternoon. But no tortoise pan. So I thought maybe tortoise pan, of course, that male leopard, we might be lucky around this side, but no tracks as of yet. And maybe we'll get a genet or a bush baby or an owl. So here's other little things that we can look for at night time. Hannah, you spot on there, Hannah. It's all the protein, all that protein, all the meat that they eat. That's why the scat smells terrible. My worst experience with lion scat was many years ago, busy tracking some lions with my tracker on foot, and next moment we came up to this big marula tree, and I could see there was stomach contents lying around and some bones and blood. So we realized that the lions killed something during the night time in that area, but the lions have pretty much have finished that kill off, and they moved off. But while I was walking around just investigating the kill scene or the kill site, I stood in lion scat on a very hot summer morning, and I realized I tried to get it off my shoe, and well, I got a little bit off my shoe, I got the scat off, but there was still a lot of sticky stuff still stuck to my shoe. And then I went back onto the vehicle, got into the vehicle, and of course with the door. And while I was driving, this was the beginning of our game drive, and I continued doing the game drive that morning, but now due to the engine, the heat, everything was just lifting out from underneath to the feet, from my feet into my nose and towards the guest. And it was the worst 3 hours I've had on game drive. It was terrible, 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 terrible. My guests were crying, practically crying at the back with due to the smell, and I was feeling quite embarrassed. And yes, when I got back to the camp, to the lodge, I made sure I grabbed a sponge, a brush, a whole lot of soaps, and disinfected my shoes, or my shoe, and yeah, after that it was alright, but that smell just stuck to me. It just stuck to my nose hairs, to everywhere. For like next 2-3 days I could just smell lion scat. Yeah, no, not a pleasant smell, not a pleasant smell. So I felt sorry for those people today, because that S8 male did his business right next to the vehicle, and that wind was going directly into their direction. So yeah, luckily we were down. We were not down. We were upwind, so we were fine. But those people were downwind, and yeah, I could feel their pain this evening. I could feel their pain. Yeah, nah. Even a lion lets off some wind. Even that at a kill, if the lions are lying there, full tummies, and they let off some wind and all that, and then next moment that can be quite hectic. Jared, I don't know what you said there, Jared. I just heard Anna Marie and bush babies. Anne Marie, yeah, well, let's see. Maybe we're lucky with a bush baby here. It'll be fantastic. A little bit cold, but it'll be nice. We're very fortunate this year with bush babies. Last year we struggled to get, I think I got one on called Buffelshoek Dam. I've got one there, but this year we've been very fortunate along the cutline area, the northern area of Djuma. So that was quite nice. Alright, nothing this side. Okay, I'm gonna head slowly along Philemon's cut line. Let's take a look this side. Let's have a squizzles here. I think tomorrow morning is gonna be icy cold. Looking at the weather here now with all the clouds. It's nice with a bit of clouds because it keeps the warmth in for a bit. But as soon as these clouds disappear, then the temperature is going to drop. Ooh. Got some giraffe tracks coming into Djuma. That's nice. Maybe we find some giraffes tomorrow morning. Alright, well, we're going to continue up on this road called Philemon's Cut Line. Let's head over to Lauren to see what's happening on her nocturnal search.
We actually had a giraffe today, Cedric. It didn't go live with us, sadly, but we had a giraffe, a big bull in the Mawati. Really, really black patches. One of the darkest giraffes I've actually seen in Djuma. And I've been looking for giraffe the past few days for my list, and they were nowhere to be seen. And of course, they come out today. But the ranger race is over. I have to let that go. Let it go. So now is the time of night where we really do take on your questions. Ask away anything you like. Very tough time of night to find animals. The bush is still really thick. And of course, well, it's nighttime. Let the challenge begin. Oh, I didn't get that question. That name, sorry. But no, they don't. They have done. My brother's twins, Robbie and Lucy, they have tuned in and have actually spoke to them live, and they just think it's incredible. Auntie Lauren lives in Africa. When I was leaving, I went home recently. They said, Auntie Lauren, are you coming back on Monday? I said, no, I won't be back until Christmas. They said, oh, is that on Monday? I said, no. The logic of a young child is so beautiful. And they always think that Auntie Lauren's living with the elephants. That's what they tell people at their nursery. She lives with the elephants and the lions. I think they imagine that I literally live with these animals in our camp. But it's very sweet, the questions they ask, my goodness. So the twins have tuned in. And when we used to do Escape to Nature, that was a perfect time for my mom to tune in. So she watched a lot and did ask some terrible questions. But not anymore, I'm afraid. Everyone's very busy. I have a very busy family. But hopefully, maybe when the twins start school, they can watch a little bit more. They're just hilarious. And of course, the story of the hyena cub eating the twins lives on. I'll tell you that story next time. But for now, over to Trish at the Bat Caves.
I am at the Bat Caves, and though we didn't see any bats emerge yet, we're seeing a whole lot of baboons that obviously use the space to roost. This is amazing. They're climbing up like a whole lot of them, maneuvering against the rocks. This is so cool. Oh, sorry again for the Game Drive radio. You can see that it is getting really dark now. And this is just the right time for diurnal animals like baboons to be turning in. And also, by the way, this open area that is near the bat cave, that is where the impala were going. The impala came through a little bit behind us to settle in for the evening, and the baboons have come through to the caves. This is amazing. I've never seen baboons play around caves like this. In and out of little crevices, going in one side and coming out the other. Kathy Lee, you said I should definitely look for dussies. Absolutely. I will keep my eye out for some dussies. If you look where the rocks are a little bit lighter, it can be a little bit easier to pick them out. Hi Nonna, you say they're so tiny you almost thought they were mongoose. The majority of the ones you're looking at are youngsters. Look at them scattering. There are a few big ones as well. In fact, a lot of them, they're just not jumping all over the place like the little ones are. But also we are quite far back because the bat caves are really big, so we have to be quite a bit back in order to actually show you, the whole size of it. Not even, I mean, we can't even show you the whole size of it because it is so big. Look at this. Now, while we were driving in, we did see that there were bats that were already out. So maybe the mass exodus has already happened. I mean, assuming that there is one. But I did see a mass exodus of what appeared to be lesser striped swallows, which was interesting. And that's just, I couldn't get a good view of them because it's dark, but I could just see the wiry tail, and I could hear their call. They're actually calling, like I can hear them going, ooh, 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 inside the cave, and it's resonating. This is amazing. So happy that I could share it with you all. Anyway, let me send you back over to Lauren. She's got a giraffe.
Speak of the devil. This has happened to us twice today. Spoke about bandied mongoose and actually found bandied mongoose, which never happens on Djuma. Speak about giraffes and we found them. Hey guys, kind of needed you the other day, but that's okay. I'm just happy that you're back. Very happy, actually. It's lovely to have them around. Another reason we think it might be a bit of a false spring at this side. Water, rains, insect life, flowering of the knobthorn, a little bit worrying. And although we sit with the giraffes here and we think they are completely tight-lipped and silent, because we can't hear them, it just always blows my mind that they are not silent at all. We were so wrong about that, because it really was thought that although giraffes do have a larynx, it's very similar to a horse, that perhaps they're not actually able to produce sufficient airflow because their neck is so long, that they're not able to produce enough airflow through their trachea, if you like, to vibrate and then produce sound. So it's thought, they're silent. Well, we can't hear it, and yeah, their necks are so long they can't produce sound. But actually they're not silent, and they spend all evening, most likely right now, humming. That's what scientists called it. The sound, when you analyze it and you use technology, it's like a hum. Only happens at night time because during the day giraffes can see. So they're visually communicating. But at night time their vision's reduced. Yes, they'll have night vision, but it's definitely nowhere near as good. So that's when the humming comes in. And I believe the average human hum, the average giraffe hum, comes in at about 92 hertz. That's very low. It's not classified as infrasound, but it's still really low on the human hearing scale. So we can't hear it. But as I always say, just because we can't hear it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But they do have excellent eyesight. It's incredible eyesight, and that's really what they rely on during the day. Stuck in bed. That's such a good idea. Okay, wouldn't it be so lovely if we just turned the corner here and saw a pangolin? What do you think, Fat?
I would love it.
Yeah, we would love it. Okay, pangolin, pangolin, pangolin. Oh, stuck in bed. What a genius idea. Third time lucky, too. And just going back to the giraffes, if you actually think about it, they are technically animals that could be prey animals. Lions do hunt giraffes. More so in some areas than others, but they do. They hunt giraffes, especially the calves. So it kind of makes sense that they don't want to be too loud at night time. They don't want to make loud sounds. They need to communicate to keep their herds together. They want to know where each other are. They can't see as well because their vision is reduced. They also don't want to be too loud. What's the solution for that? Low frequency humming. And when you read about the social structure of giraffes, it always describes it as quite loose and not so tight. It's not really a herd. They just sort of follow each other. I disagree with that in my experience now. I think they do have quite a tight-knit social unit. It just maybe doesn't appear that way. Giraffes just love to be in the company of one another. They are a herd. They are a social unit. Yes, of course, the dominant bulls will move, and just like an elephant, they will find other herds. They want a female who's an estrus. But I think it's a lot tighter than it was previously assumed. And that's why they hum. Because they want to know where each other are. They want to know, is everyone okay? Where are you? Any danger? All good? I don't know what else they might talk about, actually, but that's an interesting thought. Stuck in bed, you're asking, have I ever heard... Sorry, my radio's having an absolute... Yeah, infrasound, I heard that too. I'm not getting this, I'm afraid. Have I ever heard of the infrasound affecting humans? No. Tell me more, stuck in bed. I'm not sure I entirely know what you mean by the infrasound affecting humans, but tell me more. I'm standing by for you, stuck in bed. What infrasound affects humans? I wonder if they'll hunker down here for the night. Giraffes can move a lot through the night. In Madikwe, you'll notice that they actually do hunker down in one spot. And when you drive out just before sunset the next again day, sunrise, sorry, the next again day, they're in the same place. It'd be really lovely to wake up and find giraffes here. We are on quarantine, which is our favourite open area, as many of you know.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Now, I can imagine that S8 male busy calling like that tonight. Oh, and bringing the female down with the cubs, well, not cubs, but the sub-adults. We can call them sub-adults now. The 5 youngsters of this Telemati breakaway. It'll be brilliant. I'd love just to see them again. As I said, I haven't seen them for such a long time. So it'll be nice just to get to see the entire pride again, the female with the 5 youngsters and the S8 male together. Yeah, that'll be very warming and that'll be very exciting. Coming up to this clearing, the big open area south of our camp. Ooh. That was a little scrubby. Now just looking for any eyes that's reflecting, or any eyes that's looking at me. And we'll send off a little bit of a reflection, and then we'll know that there is something around there.
I didn't realize this, but it seems everyone is on quarantine. Look at this. We've got all the zebras who have been here for days now. Oh, that one's got a little short tail. Right next to the giraffes. Man, it's like being in Madikwe again. Kind of. Giraffes are not bad animals to spend time next to. Especially during the day. Maybe not so much at night because they're not very loudly vocal. But I wonder if the giraffes are humming, do you think the zebras can hear? A question I don't have the answer to, but I do believe animals can hear a lot more than we can. There was also even a thought that a lot of animals can hear the hum of the earth, the Schumann resonance. The earth spinning on its axis is not silent. There is a hum, there is a sound. And it's believed that a lot of animals can actually hear that because they're so connected to the earth. Can the animals hear all the trees talking? Can they hear that crackling of the electricity that's been passed through the wood wide web? You know what? I think they probably can. The zebra are just following the giraffe. Nathan, I couldn't possibly say if it would be like white noise. White noise is awful. I really don't like it. I was actually reading about that tinnitus the other day, and some people have it as a really serious condition, but some people just get white noise occasionally, and it's not nice. I don't think so. I don't think it will sound like white noise. Maybe it's just a very quiet background sound that they're just aware of, but it doesn't actually sort of feature in their daily life. And again, I'm not sure if it's been proven. It's just believed that animals can hear the Schumann resonance. Don't know what bird that was. I think the Earth's hum is about 10,000 times lower than what we can hear, if I'm not mistaken. So there's no way that humans can hear this. We can, if we use special technology, but it's ultra, ultra low frequency. Maybe the animals can hear it. The native sound of the earth. Imagine if we could. This is such a lovely way to finish our sunset bumbo tonight.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Also listening to the call of a scops owl off in the distance, though I doubt very much you'll be able to hear that. It's extremely, extremely faint. Now that the wind has died down a bit, and this cloud is trapping in what little heat the earth did absorb today, it's turned into quite a pleasant evening. Linda Poley, it certainly is. Yeah, and even more unusual to have them lying down like this, not something we see every day. What a pleasure that that wind has disappeared. My goodness, it's made our lives awfully challenging over the last couple of drives. Hopefully it is gone for the next 2 or 3. Let's see what the morning has in store. I'm also hearing trees falling in the background in the far distance. So there are definitely some elephants around our camp this evening. We are inundated with wildlife. All part of the magic of living in a tented camp in the Big 5 wilderness. Barbara, I don't have any reason to think that they do particularly. They do obviously have the wonderful perspective of that lovely long neck to sort of get them up above the vegetation. But I shouldn't think their eyesight is necessarily any better than that of an impala or something like that. Not particularly great. Anyway, in a couple of short minutes, we'll be wrapping up the show for the afternoon. We hope all of you at home have enjoyed another stunning sunset safari across the various WildEarth locations. And from all the various cam-ops, all the people behind the scenes, the various naturalists, and what a pleasure it's been. Thanks for taking the time to listen to our chatter and have a look at a couple of our sightings. And once again, the show will be kicking off again tomorrow morning. So please feel free to hop on board with the Sunrise Safari tomorrow morning once again. But more specifically from BK and myself, thank you very, very much. What a pleasure it's been. Good night, all the best, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.